Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Art of the Hogwarts Portraits. Let's start the story with the enchanting art that adorns the ancient walls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The portraits of Hogwarts are far more than mere decorative pieces. They are living memories, captured moments of history that breathe and speak and move within their frames. As you walk the stone corridors of the castle, hundreds of painted eyes follow your progress, some curious, some indifferent, all somehow alive with a magic that blurs the boundary between art and consciousness. The tradition of magical portraiture at Hogwarts dates back to the school's founding in the 10th century. While the earliest portraits were simpler in their enchantments, the art form evolved over the centuries into something truly remarkable. Each headmaster or headmistress, upon taking their position, would commission a portrait to hang eventually in the circular office that would become their domain. These paintings serve not just as memorials, but as repositories of knowledge and wisdom that can be accessed by future generations. The creation of a magical portrait is an intricate process that combines artistic skill with complex enchantments. Unlike Muggle paintings, which capture only a moment in time, magical portraits somehow retain an impression of the subject's personality, memories, and mannerisms. The process begins with a skilled magical artist who must spend considerable time with their subject, learning their habits, expressions, and speech patterns. This intimate knowledge allows the artist to capture not just the physical likeness but the essence of the person. The canvas itself must be specially prepared, often soaked in various potions for months before the first brushstroke is applied. The paints, too, are infused with magical properties, rumored to contain ingredients such as phoenix ash for vibrance, mermaid scales for movement, and even carefully preserved memories in certain cases. The most talented portrait artists are said to incorporate a strand of the subject's hair or a personal possession into the paint mixture, further strengthening the connection between the portrait and its subject. As the artist works, they continuously cast complex enchantments that bind the subject's essence to the emerging image. The final spellwork is particularly delicate and must be performed when the painting is complete. But the magical bonds are still forming. This is the moment when the portrait first awakens, opening its eyes to gaze upon the world from within its frame, a moment of creation that many magical artists describe as profoundly moving. The portraits of Hogwarts serve various purposes beyond mere decoration. The former headmasters and headmistresses provide counsel to the current head of the school, offering perspectives that span centuries of educational experience. Some portraits act as additional sets of eyes throughout the castle, reporting unusual activities to the staff. Others serve as gatekeepers, guarding entrances to common rooms and secret passages, only allowing access to those who know the proper password. Perhaps the most famous of all Hogwarts portraits is that of the Fat Lady, who has guarded the entrance to Gryffindor Tower for centuries. Her pink silk dress and operatic tendencies are well known to generations of Gryffindor students, as is her occasional tendency to abandon her post for a visit to her friend Violet. The Fat Lady's portrait has witnessed countless late-night returns, tearful confessions, and exuberant celebrations, making her not just a guardian but a silent confidant to the secrets of Gryffindor House. The portrait of Sir Cadogan, the diminutive knight who briefly replaced the Fat Lady after she was attacked by Sirius Black, provides a stark contrast in guardianship styles. Where the fat lady was steadfast and reliable, Sir Cadogan was erratic and overzealous, challenging students to duels and changing the passwords so frequently that even Neville Longbottom, who struggled with remembering passwords, had to write them all down, a decision that would later have serious consequences. The headmaster portraits that line the walls of the headmaster's office are perhaps the most significant in the castle. Each former head of Hogwarts is bound by magical means to serve the school and its current headmaster. Albus Dumbledore explained that these portraits are more than mere echoes. They are imprints of the living person that can offer advice and share the wisdom and knowledge they possessed in life. Phineas Nigellus Black, a former headmaster known for his disdain for students and his dubious distinction as the least popular headmaster Hogwarts has ever had, maintained his caustic personality in his portrait form. His painting hung not only in the headmaster's office, but also at 12 Grimmauld Place, allowing him to travel between frames and serve as a messenger during critical moments in the Second Wizarding War. The frames themselves are often works of art, crafted from precious metals and adorned with symbols significant to the subject. Headmaster portraits typically feature frames that incorporate the colors and emblems of their Hogwarts house, while others might include motifs related to their achievements or interests. These frames are not merely decorative, they define the boundaries of the portrait's existence, the edges of their painted world. Yet portraits can visit one another, stepping from their frames into neighboring paintings to exchange gossip, play cards, or simply enjoy a change of scenery. This creates a complex social network throughout the castle, with information traveling from portrait to portrait faster than any human messenger could carry it. During the Battle of Hogwarts, this network became crucial, as portraits relayed information about the movements of Death Eaters and the progress of the fighting. The preservation of these magical artworks is the responsibility of the Hogwarts caretaker, a task that Argus Filch approached with particular dedication despite his lack of magical ability. The oldest portraits require special care, protection from direct sunlight that might fade their enchanted pigments, occasional restoration charms to maintain their vibrancy, and the application of magical varnishes that preserve both the physical canvas and the enchantments that bring it to life. Some portraits have hung in their places for so long that they have become intrinsically linked to the castle itself. They remember secrets that even the oldest living wizard has forgotten, passages that have been lost to time, and events that have shaped the wizarding world. In this way, they serve as living history books, their frames like windows opening onto the past. As you wander the halls of Hogwarts in your mind's eye, take a moment to appreciate these silent witnesses to centuries of magical education. Each brushstroke contains not just pigment but memory. Each frame houses not just canvas but consciousness. The portraits of Hogwarts remind us that in the wizarding world, death is not necessarily the end of one's ability to influence the present. That wisdom, personality, and even a certain form of existence can continue within the confines of a well-crafted frame. What conversations might you have with these painted guardians of Hogwarts history? Which memories would they share as you pass by their frames in the quiet hours of the night, when the castle sleeps and only the portraits remain vigilant, their painted eyes watching over the ancient stones that have been their home for centuries? Chapter 2. The Warning of a Pocket Sneakoscope. In the quiet corners of the wizarding world, there exist small magical devices designed to keep their owners safe from deception and betrayal. As moonlight filters through the leaded windows, casting long shadows across ancient stone, let us explore one such curious instrument, the Pocket Sneakoscope, a watchful guardian that spins and whistles in the presence of dishonesty. Imagine holding in your palm a small glass spinning top, seemingly ordinary at first glance. Its transparent surface catches the light, refracting it into rainbow patterns across your skin. But this is no mere toy or trinket. The Pocket Sneakoscope represents centuries of magical innovation in the field of dark detector devices, crafted specifically to alert its owner to untrustworthiness in their midst. The origins of the Sneakoscope remain somewhat shrouded in mystery, though magical historians generally attribute its invention to the 13th century witch Morrigan O'Shea, who lived during a time of particular political turmoil in the wizarding world. As a member of the early Wizengamot, O'Shea found herself surrounded by ambitious colleagues with questionable loyalties. The story goes that after narrowly escaping a poisoning attempt by a trusted advisor, she devoted herself to creating a device that could detect ill intent before it manifested into action. The basic principles of Sneakoscope creation have changed little since O'Shea's time, though modern versions have become more reliable and sensitive. The core of a Sneakoscope contains a complex arrangement of enchanted quartz crystals and silver filaments, carefully calibrated to resonate in the presence of deceptive magical energy. These components are sealed within the glass casing using a series of charms that must be cast in precise sequence, culminating in the distinctive spin that indicates the device is functioning properly. Quality varies significantly among commercially available Sneakoscopes. The most basic models, often sold as novelty items in places like Zonko's joke shop in Hogsmeade, may spin and whistle at merely mischievous intent rather than true danger. These inexpensive devices are particularly popular among Hogwarts students, though they have a tendency to activate during perfectly innocent pranks or when someone is merely concealing a surprise gift, much to the frustration of their owners. Premium Sneakoscopes, however, are different matters entirely, crafted by specialized wand makers with additional training in dark detector enchantment. These precision instruments can distinguish between harmless secrets and genuine duplicity. The most sophisticated models, used by aurors and high-ranking ministry officials, can even indicate the direction and proximity of the untrustworthy individual through subtle variations in their spinning pattern. The pocket Sneakoscope gained particular notoriety during the Second Wizarding War, when they became standard equipment for many members of the Order of the Phoenix. During this dark period, when Polyjuice Potion was frequently used by Death Eaters to infiltrate wizarding households and organizations, a properly functioning Sneakoscope could mean the difference between life and death. Manufacturers could barely keep up with demand, and counterfeit devices flooded the market. Some merely defective, others deliberately sabotaged to provide false security. One of the most famous pocket Sneakoscopes in recent wizarding history was a gift from Ronald Weasley to Harry Potter on his 13th birthday. Purchased during the Weasley family's holiday in Egypt, this inexpensive device nevertheless proved remarkably sensitive, activating repeatedly in the presence of Peter Pettigrew, who was, at that time, living disguised as Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. The constant whistling of the Sneakoscope initially annoyed Ron, who believed it to be defective. In hindsight, the device was performing exactly as it should, detecting the profound deception at the heart of their dormitory. The magical theory behind Sneakoscopes has been studied extensively at the Department of Mysteries, where researchers have attempted to identify precisely what magical signature the devices detect. Current theory suggests that intentional deception creates a subtle distortion in a wizard's magical aura, a ripple that Sneakoscopes are calibrated to sense. This explanation accounts for why the devices occasionally activate around muggles who are lying, despite their lack of magical ability. The act of deliberate deception itself seems to generate a detectable energy, magical or otherwise. Maintaining a Sneakoscope requires certain precautions. The devices are sensitive to strong magical fields and may malfunction if exposed to powerful enchantments or magical creatures. Keeping them in protective cases when not in use preserves their sensitivity, and occasional recalibration by a qualified wand maker ensures continued accuracy. A well-maintained Sneakoscope can remain functional for generations, sometimes becoming cherished family heirlooms, passed down along with their histories of timely warnings. Interestingly, Sneakoscopes seem to grow more attuned to their owners over time. A device used by the same wizard for many years develops an increased sensitivity to threats specifically directed at that individual. This phenomenon, documented by the renowned dark detector specialist Artemisia Wakefield, suggests that Sneakoscopes form a kind of magical bond with their owners, absorbing traces of their magical signature and using it as a baseline against which to measure potential threats. The limitations of sneakoscopes are important to understand. They cannot identify the specific nature of the deception they detect, only its presence. A spinning sneakoscope might indicate a life-threatening betrayal, or merely someone planning a surprise celebration. Context and the user's judgment remain essential in interpreting the warnings. Additionally, particularly powerful wizards skilled in occlumency can sometimes evade detection, suggesting that the devices respond primarily to emotional and magical signatures rather than to factual truth or falsehood. Despite these limitations, the pocket sneakoscope remains one of the most trusted personal security devices in the wizarding world. Their distinctive whistling has saved countless lives over the centuries, providing crucial moments of warning when danger approaches in friendly disguise. In the quiet of the night, when shadows grow long and uncertain, a silent, steady sneakoscope offers reassurance that all is well, and its sudden animation provides the priceless gift of preparation when it is not. As we conclude our exploration of this watchful magical instrument, consider the delicate balance between trust and vigilance in your own life. What subtle warnings might you have overlooked? What instinctive sneakoscope within your own intuition might have been whistling unheeded? For sometimes the greatest deceptions are not those practiced upon us by others, but those we practice upon ourselves when we ignore the spinning, whistling evidence before our eyes. Chapter 3. The Creation of the Order of the Phoenix. As embers glow softly in the hearth beside us, casting warm light against the gathering darkness outside, let us turn our thoughts to a time when darkness threatened to engulf the entire wizarding world. In those shadowed days, when fear whispered through every conversation and trust became the most precious of commodities, a beacon of resistance was kindled. The Order of the Phoenix, a fellowship bound not by magic alone, but by courage, loyalty, and the unwavering belief that light would eventually overcome the encroaching night. The formation of the Order of the Phoenix coincided with the first rise of Lord Voldemort in the 1970s. As his power grew and his followers, the Death Eaters, became more numerous and bold in their attacks, it became clear to those who opposed his ideology that the Ministry of Magic was ill-equipped to counter the threat. Bureaucracy, political maneuvering, and the insidious infiltration of ministry departments by Voldemort's sympathizers hampered official efforts to combat the rising darkness. It was in this climate of escalating fear that Albus Dumbledore, then headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, recognized the need for a different kind of resistance. With his characteristic quiet determination, Dumbledore began to reach out to trusted individuals, former students, colleagues, and friends, whom he believed possessed not only exceptional magical ability, but also the moral fortitude necessary to stand against the tide of fear and hatred that Voldemort represented. The early gatherings of what would become the Order were small, clandestine affairs, a basement room in a shop owned by a sympathetic wizard in Diagon Alley, the private chamber of the Hog's Head Inn, overseen by Dumbledore's brother Aberforth, whose gruff exterior concealed a grudging willingness to assist, a clearing in a forest protected by ancient magic, accessible only to those who knew precisely where to appear. In these hidden places, the foundations of resistance were laid. The name Order of the Phoenix was not chosen lightly. The Phoenix, with its cycle of rebirth through fire, symbolized the hope that even in the darkest times, renewal and return were possible. It also paid homage to Dumbledore's own Phoenix Fawkes, whose tears had healing powers and whose loyalty represented the unwavering commitment needed in the fight against Voldemort. The imagery of rising from ashes appealed to a group that understood they might well face destruction before victory. The structure of the Order intentionally contrasted with the hierarchical, fear-based organization of the Death Eaters. While Dumbledore was undoubtedly the leader, he fostered an environment where each member's voice was valued, where strategies were debated openly, and where individual strengths were recognized and utilized. This horizontal leadership approach allowed for flexibility and innovation that the more rigid Death Eater structure could not match. Membership in the Order was by invitation only, and the vetting process was necessarily stringent. Trust was the Order's most valuable resource and its greatest vulnerability. Each potential member was carefully evaluated, not just for magical prowess, but for character, discretion, and resilience. The ability to perform difficult magic was far less important than the strength to maintain one's principles under pressure, or the wisdom to know when to act and when to wait. The magical protections surrounding the Order were complex and layered. Communication between members utilized enchanted objects, messages encoded within seemingly mundane items, and in some cases, patronuses capable of carrying spoken messages in the caster's voice, a method of communication invented by Dumbledore himself. Safe houses were protected by the Fidelius charm, making them impossible to find unless the designated secret keeper willingly disclosed their location. Meeting locations were frequently changed, and contingency plans were established for scenarios ranging from ministry interference to direct Death Eater attacks. Among the first to join Dumbledore's resistance were Minerva McGonagall, whose stern exterior concealed a fierce protective instinct toward her students and a deep-rooted sense of justice. Alastor Mad-Eye Moody, the Auror whose paranoia was matched only by his combat skills, and Elphias Doge, Dumbledore's longtime friend whose unassuming appearance belied both his magical ability and his unwavering loyalty. These veterans provided a backbone of experience around which younger members could rally. The recruitment of Aurors was particularly significant, as it represented a tacit acknowledgement that official channels were insufficient. Aurors who joined the Order essentially led double lives, following ministry protocols during working hours, while participating in unsanctioned operations under Dumbledore's direction in their free time. This dual allegiance created tension but also provided crucial intelligence about ministry activities and Death Eater infiltration. As Voldemort's influence spread, so too did the Order's membership. Young witches and wizards fresh from Hogwarts, who had absorbed Dumbledore's values during their education, proved especially eager to join. Among these were James and Lily Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and tragically Peter Pettigrew, four friends whose destinies would become inextricably linked with the fate of the Order itself. The Pruitt brothers, Gideon and Fabian, brought both combat experience and an irrepressible spirit that bolstered morale during dark times. Their sister Molly, though not officially a member during the First Wizarding War due to her responsibilities to her young children, provided crucial support through safe houses and healing. Her husband Arthur Weasley's position in the ministry offered additional insights into official policies and potential threats. The daily operations of the Order involved a complex network of surveillance, intelligence gathering, defensive enchantments, and direct intervention when innocent lives were threatened. Members took turns watching key locations and individuals, often using disillusionment charms or invisibility cloaks to remain undetected. Information was compartmentalized, with individual members knowing only what was necessary for their specific assignments, a precaution against infiltration that would prove prescient. The Order's methods sometimes mirrored those of Muggle resistance movements during wartime. Safe houses were established throughout Britain, where members could seek refuge. Wounded could be treated away from St. Mungo's, where Death Eater sympathizers might be watching, and rescued Muggleborns could be hidden while escape routes were arranged. Codes were developed for use in potentially monitored communications and recognition signals established to verify identities in a world where Polyjuice Potion made appearances unreliable. The personal cost of Order membership was enormous. Members lived with constant vigilance, sacrificed careers and relationships to the cause, and risked not only their own lives, but those of their loved ones. The Death Eaters specifically targeted Order members and their families, leading many to implement extensive protective measures at their homes or to relocate entirely under false identities. Some chose to send family members abroad, preferring separation to endangerment. Despite these precautions, the casualties were heartbreaking. The Pruitt brothers fell defending a Muggle neighborhood, fighting with such valor that it reportedly took 5 Death Eaters to overcome them. The McKinnons, an entire magical family, were murdered in their home. Dorcas Meadows was killed personally by Voldemort, a testament to how significant a threat he considered her. Benji Fenwick was found in pieces, and Caradoc Dearborn disappeared without a trace, presumed dead but never confirmed. Yet, for every loss, the remaining members closed ranks, their determination only strengthened. New recruits continued to join, inspired rather than deterred by the risks, bringing fresh energy and ideas to a group that refused to surrender to despair. In this way, the Order embodied its namesake, rising repeatedly from the ashes of tragedy, renewed in purpose, if diminished in number. The greatest blow to the Order during the First Wizarding War came from within, through the betrayal of Peter Pettigrew. Chosen as secret keeper for James and Lily Potter's Fidelius charm, Pettigrew revealed their location to Voldemort, leading to their murders and the temporary defeat of the Dark Lord himself when his killing curse rebounded from the infant Harry Potter. The subsequent framing of Sirius Black, who was imprisoned without trial, deprived the Order of one of its most capable members and sowed seeds of mistrust that would take years to overcome. With Voldemort's apparent defeat, the Order of the Phoenix disbanded, its members returning to their normal lives, though many remained vigilant, unconvinced that the threat had truly passed. Dumbledore maintained loose contact with key individuals, creating a dormant network that could be reactivated if needed, foresight that would prove invaluable when, 13 years later, the dark mark again burned in the sky above the Quidditch World Cup. As our tale of the Order's creation draws to a close, consider what it means to forge bonds of trust in a world fractured by fear. What inner phoenix might dwell within each of us, waiting for the moment when principle must overcome comfort, when standing aside is no longer an option. In the quiet spaces of your own heart, what cause would inspire you to risk everything for a future you might not live to see? Chapter 4. The Friendship of Lily Evans and Severus Snape. In the gentle twilight that now surrounds us, let us turn our attention to a tale of childhood friendship, a bond forged in the wonder of magical discovery, but ultimately fractured by the weight of choices and circumstances. The story of Lily Evans and Severus Snape begins like many great wizarding tales, in the ordinary world of Muggles, where magic reveals itself in unexpected moments to those with the gift to perceive it. In the industrial town of Cokeworth, amid brick houses and smoking factory chimneys, two children from vastly different homes found connection through their shared difference from those around them. Young Severus Snape, with his ill-fitting clothes and watchful eyes, had grown up in the shadow of tension at Spinner's End, where magic and Muggle worlds collided uncomfortably in his parents' discordant marriage. His mother, Eileen Prince, a witch who had seemingly surrendered her magical heritage to a life of mundane unhappiness, and his father Tobias, a Muggle whose resentment manifested in neglect and occasional cruelty, created an environment where young Severus learned early to observe carefully and speak little. Not far away lived the Evans family, thoroughly Muggle but warm and supportive, with two daughters as different as sunlight and shadow. Petunia, the elder, embraced the ordinary with determined enthusiasm, while her younger sister Lily possessed an unusual vitality and curiosity that seemed to hover just beyond the boundaries of the conventional world. It was this quality that first caught Severus's attention as he watched her play in the local park, her laughter carrying across the worn grass and gravel paths. Their first true meeting came when Severus, who had been watching Lily secretly for some time, could no longer contain his knowledge. Having observed her performing unconscious magic, making flowers open and close their petals, floating gently off a swing at its highest point, he finally approached her. With the awkward directness of childhood, he informed her of what she was, a witch, like his mother, capable of wonders that her Muggle sister could never achieve. This revelation might have been received with fear or disbelief, but Lily Evans possessed a rare openness to the extraordinary. Though initially defensive at what she perceived as an insult, her natural curiosity quickly overcame this reaction. Here was an explanation for the strange occurrences that had surrounded her throughout childhood, the small miracles that had both delighted and sometimes isolated her from her peers. In Severus, she found not only answers but a companion who understood the experience of being different in ways no one else in her life could comprehend. For Severus, the friendship offered something equally precious: acceptance without judgment, warmth without condition, and most significantly, a connection to the magical world that existed beyond his unhappy home. In the vibrant, kind-hearted girl with the startling green eyes, he found both refuge and possibility. Their conversations in hidden corners of the park, or by the small river that wound through the town, became a lifeline. Hours filled with Severus sharing everything he knew about the wizarding world, while Lily listened with endless questions and bright enthusiasm. Imagine them sitting together beneath a large oak tree, its leaves casting dappled shadows across their faces. Severus explains about Hogwarts, the 4 houses, the moving staircases, the great hall with its enchanted ceiling that reflects the sky outside. His usually guarded expression softens as he describes the potions classroom. Lily leans forward, her eyes wide, occasionally interrupting with questions that reveal her quick intelligence and thoughtful nature. "But what if I can't do any of it?" she asks suddenly, a rare moment of vulnerability breaking through her usual confidence. "What if I get there, and it turns out I'm not magical enough?" Severus shakes his head with unusual certainty. "That's impossible. I've seen what you can do without even trying. Just wait until you have a wand and proper training." His voice carries absolute conviction, perhaps the first time in his young life he has spoken without doubt or hesitation. Their anticipation of Hogwarts bound them even more closely. Both awaited their 11th birthdays and the arrival of their acceptance letters with a mixture of impatience and, in Lily's case, lingering uncertainty about whether Severus's assurances would prove true. When her letter finally arrived, delivered by a barn owl to the profound shock of her parents and the bitter jealousy of her sister, it was to Severus she ran first with the news, the parchment clutched tightly in her hand like a talisman. The journey to Diagon Alley marked another milestone in their friendship. For Lily, it was the first tangible proof of the world Severus had described: the crooked buildings housing shops filled with cauldrons, spellbooks, and ingredients with names she could barely pronounce. For Severus, seeing the wonder in her eyes as she experienced these familiar concepts made them fresh again, temporarily banishing the cynicism that had already begun to take root in his young heart. Their wand selections particularly highlighted the differences in their natures. Lily's wand, 10¼ inches, Willow, swishy and excellent for charm work, chose her almost immediately, emitting a shower of golden sparks that made her laugh with delight. Severus's process was longer, more deliberate, several wands rejected before finding his match in a rigid dark instrument that suited his precise and increasingly controlled demeanor. It was on the Hogwarts Express, however, that the first shadow fell across their friendship. Their encounter with James Potter and Sirius Black in a shared compartment introduced a tension that would eventually grow into an insurmountable rift. The casual arrogance of the 2 boys, their immediate dismissal of Severus's desire to be sorted into Slytherin, created an instant antipathy that would only deepen with time. Lily, loyal to her friend, departed with Severus to find another compartment, but the seed of future conflict had been planted. The Sorting Hat's decision to place them in different houses, Gryffindor for Lily, Slytherin for Severus, created the first real distance between them. Though they maintained their friendship despite house rivalries, meeting in the library to study, finding quiet corners of the grounds to continue their conversations, the separate paths of their daily lives began to pull them in different directions. New friendships formed, new influences exerted themselves, and the unified world they had created in their hometown began to fragment into the more complex reality of Hogwarts. For Severus, Slytherin House brought both opportunity and challenge. His exceptional talent in potions and defense against the dark arts, though with a concerning interest in the dark arts themselves, earned him a certain respect. But his half-blood status and shabby appearance made him a target for pure-blood prejudice. He found himself drawn to a group of students whose interest in the dark arts matched his own: Avery, Mulciber, and others who would eventually pledge themselves to Lord Voldemort. In their company, his bitterness toward the perceived injustices of his life found fertile ground in which to grow. Lily, meanwhile, flourished in Gryffindor. Her natural warmth, intelligence, and kindness attracted friends easily, though she maintained a special compassion for those who struggled as she had once feared she might. Her talent for charms emerged early, nurtured by Professor Flitwick's enthusiastic mentorship. She developed a particular interest in the creative aspects of magic, not just performing spells correctly, but understanding how they might be improved or adapted. As the years passed, their meetings became less frequent, their conversations more strained. Lily increasingly questioned Severus's choice of companions and his growing fascination with dark magic. Severus harbored deepening resentment toward James Potter, whose obvious attraction to Lily and persistent bullying cut to the core of his insecurities. What had once been a friendship characterized by open sharing became punctuated by arguments, reconciliations, and growing periods of silence. The breaking point came during their 5th year, after a particularly humiliating episode where James Potter publicly tormented Severus near the lake after their defense against the dark arts exam. When Lily intervened on his behalf, Severus's humiliation and rage culminated in a moment of unforgivable cruelty. He called her mudblood, the most offensive term for a muggle-born witch or wizard. Though he immediately regretted his words, the damage was irrevocable. The slur revealed something that had been changing within him, a willingness to embrace ideologies fundamentally at odds with what Lily represented. That night, Severus waited outside the Gryffindor common room, desperate to apologize. Lily emerged only because the portrait of the fat lady informed her someone was threatening to sleep there if she didn't appear. Their final conversation as friends was brief and heartbreaking, Severus pleading for forgiveness, Lily acknowledging that this moment was merely the culmination of paths they had been walking for years. His friends, his interests, his ambitions had been taking him away from her long before the word left his lips. "You've chosen your way, I've chosen mine," she told him, her green eyes reflecting not anger but a deep sadness. With those words, the friendship that had introduced both of them to the wizarding world effectively ended. In the years that followed, their lives diverged completely. Lily eventually began dating James Potter, whose persistent pursuit finally succeeded when he demonstrated genuine change and maturity. After Hogwarts, they married and joined the Order of the Phoenix, standing openly against the rising power of Lord Voldemort. Severus, meanwhile, fully embraced the Death Eater cause, his exceptional talents making him a valuable servant to the Dark Lord. Yet the memory of their friendship never left either of them. For Lily, it remained a bittersweet reminder of innocence and possibility, of the boy who had first shown her the wizarding world, but couldn't follow her into the light. For Severus, it became both wound and talisman, his greatest regret, and eventually, after her murder by Voldemort, the catalyst for his most significant choice, to turn spy for Dumbledore, to protect Lily's son at all costs, to spend the remainder of his life attempting to atone for his role in her death. In the end, it was Lily's eyes, replicated in her son Harry, that Severus asked to see as his own life ebbed away in the Shrieking Shack, decades after their childhood days by the river. In that final moment, perhaps he returned to those simpler times, before houses and allegiances, before choices and consequences, when two children from Cokeworth discovered magic in each other's company and believed that nothing could ever come between them. As we reflect on this complex friendship, consider how the connections we form in childhood shape us, even long after they have ended. What might have been different had Severus made different choices? Had Lily been less forgiving, or perhaps more so? In the quiet paths of memory that we all walk, which relationships have left their fingerprints upon our souls, guiding us toward who we have become, even when the individuals themselves have long since departed from our lives? Chapter 5. The animation of magical portraits. The soft flicker of candlelight dances across ancient frames that line the stone corridors of Hogwarts, illuminating faces that watch with curious eyes as you pass by. Unlike their Muggle counterparts, these painted inhabitants do not remain frozen in time and pigment. Instead, they stretch and yawn, whisper among themselves, and occasionally call out to passing students with advice or observation. Tonight, let us delve deeper into the fascinating magical process that brings portraits to life in the wizarding world, the subtle and complex art of portrait animation. The animation of magical portraits represents one of the most intricate intersections of artistry and spellcraft in wizarding culture. While Chapter 1 touched upon the significance of Hogwarts portraits, we now turn our attention to the specific enchantments and techniques that transform mere painted images into semi-sentient magical artifacts capable of movement, speech, and a form of consciousness that blurs the boundary between art and life. The process begins long before the first brushstroke touches canvas. The preparation of materials for a magical portrait requires ingredients and treatments unknown in Muggle art preservation. The canvas itself must be harvested during specific lunar phases from plants grown in soil enriched with powdered moonstone and essence of belladonna. These materials create a receptive foundation for the magical energies that will later animate the portrait. After harvesting, the canvas undergoes a rigorous preparation process that typically spans several months. It is first soaked in a solution of armadillo bile and valerian root, then stretched and dried in the light of a waxing moon. Once properly tensioned, it receives 7 layers of primer, each containing increasingly potent magical compounds, and each requiring full drying before the next is applied. The final primer incorporates powdered silver and a single drop of freely given unicorn tears, creating a luminous base that seems to hold light within itself. The paints used in magical portraiture bear little resemblance to their Muggle equivalents. While they contain familiar pigments like lapis lazuli, vermilion, and malachite, these are merely the foundation. To these base colors, portrait artists add essences extracted through complex alchemical processes, distilled emotions, captured memories, and in the most masterful works, carefully preserved thoughts donated willingly by the subject. Consider the remarkable blue used in the robes of Headmaster Everard, whose portrait hangs in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. This is not merely ultramarine ground from lapis lazuli, but ultramarine enhanced with the essence of a clear winter sky above the Scottish Highlands, captured at dawn on the winter solstice, and preserved through a complex charm that must be renewed annually by the artist or their apprentice. The brushes, too, are special creations. The finest are crafted from the tail hairs of Abraxan winged horses, bound with unicorn hair, and fitted to handles carved from elder wood that has been struck by lightning. These brushes must be consecrated in the smoke of burning sage and rowan before they can channel the necessary magical energy from artist to canvas. The actual painting process combines technical skill with sustained magical focus. The portrait artist must enter a meditative state similar to that required for occlumency, clearing their mind of extraneous thoughts to focus entirely on capturing not just the appearance but the essence of their subject. Throughout the painting process, the artist weaves enchantments directly into the brushstrokes, layering spells as they layer pigments. These spells fall into several categories, each serving a specific function in the animation process. Foundation enchantments establish the basic parameters of movement within the frame, defining the physical boundaries within which the portrait figure can move. Personality charms capture elements of the subject's character, their mannerisms, speech patterns, and typical expressions. Memory enchantments incorporate specific recollections provided by the subject, allowing the portrait to reference experiences from the original person's life. For portraits of particularly important figures, such as Hogwarts headmasters or ministry officials, additional enchantments may be included to enable specific functions. The portraits of headmasters, for instance, contain loyalty charms that bind them to serve the current headmaster and the school itself. Portraits intended to guard entrances, like the Fat Lady, incorporate security enchantments that allow them to recognize passwords and approved individuals. The most challenging aspect of portrait animation is not the movement itself, which is relatively straightforward compared to other animated objects like the suits of armor at Hogwarts, but rather the creation of a convincing simulacrum of consciousness. Unlike photographs, which simply capture a moment in time and allow that moment limited movement, portraits develop a form of ongoing awareness, capable of learning new information and forming new memories after their creation. This quasi-consciousness has been the subject of debate among magical philosophers for centuries. Portraits are not ghosts, nor are they truly sentient in the manner of living beings. They cannot create new ideas or grow beyond the parameters established in their creation. Yet they demonstrate a remarkable ability to respond to their environments, to engage in complex conversations, and even to form relationships with other portraits and with the living occupants of their spaces. The renowned magical portrait artist Magenta Comstock described the consciousness of portraits as not life, but a shimmering reflection of it, an echo that retains the cadence and tone of the original voice, while gradually developing its own subtle variations. This poetic description hints at the mysterious nature of portrait consciousness, which remains incompletely understood even by those who create them. The time required to complete a magical portrait varies considerably depending on the complexity desired. A simple portrait with basic animation might be completed in a few weeks, while the most sophisticated examples, such as those of the Hogwarts headmasters, typically require a full year of dedicated work. During this time, the subject must sit for the artist regularly, not merely to ensure physical accuracy, but to allow the ongoing extraction and integration of personality elements. After the final brushstroke, the portrait enters a dormant period sometimes called the dreaming time. For several days to several weeks, the painting appears completely static as the various enchantments settle and integrate with one another. During this period, the portrait is typically kept in darkness, covered with a cloth woven from acromantula silk that has been soaked in a potion of valerian, asphodel, and powdered root of galangal, ingredients associated with sleep and transitions. The awakening of a new portrait is considered a significant event, often marked by a small ceremony attended by the subject, if living, the artist, and invited guests. The silk covering is removed, and the portrait is addressed by name for the first time. This moment of calling forth activates the final enchantments, and the portrait opens its eyes and speaks its first words. The relationship between a living person and their portrait can be complex. Some individuals find it unsettling to converse with what appears to be a version of themselves, while others develop comfortable routines of visiting their portraits regularly, updating them on current events, and essentially preparing them for their eventual role as memorial and legacy. Headmasters of Hogwarts, knowing their portraits will serve as advisors to future heads of the school, often spend considerable time training their portraits, ensuring they possess the necessary knowledge to fulfill this responsibility. Once awakened, portraits require minimal maintenance beyond the standard care given to valuable artwork. They do not need to eat or drink, though some portraits, particularly those of renowned gourmands, may express desires for painted representations of their favorite foods. The enchantments typically remain stable for centuries, though extremely old portraits may occasionally need magical restoration to maintain their vibrancy and functionality. Portraits can travel between different frames in which they have been painted, allowing them to move throughout a building like Hogwarts where multiple renditions may exist, or even to visit portraits of friends and family elsewhere. This ability has made portraits valuable as messengers in the wizarding world, capable of discreetly carrying information between locations when other means of communication might be monitored or intercepted. The ethical considerations surrounding magical portraits have evolved over time. Early portrait subjects were rarely consulted about the specific enchantments included in their paintings, sometimes resulting in portraits that emphasized traits the subject themselves might have preferred to downplay. Modern portrait artists adhere to a code of ethics that requires full disclosure and consent regarding all aspects of the portrait's creation, particularly concerning memory enchantments and functional spells that might bind the portrait to specific duties after the subject's death. As you walk the corridors of Hogwarts in your imagination, observing the countless faces that adorn its ancient walls, consider the extraordinary magic that allows these pigment and canvas creations to observe you in return. Each represents not merely a record of appearance, but a complex magical achievement, a preservation of personality, memory, and essence that defies the usual boundaries between object and being, between art and life. What conversations might you wish to have with your own portrait someday? What memories would you choose to impart? What essence of yourself would you hope the artist's brush might capture? For in the wizarding world, the possibility of conversing with future generations through your painted likeness offers a form of legacy and continuity unavailable to those who live entirely in the Muggle world of static images and silent frames. Chapter 6. The Whomping Willow and its Purpose. As twilight deepens across the Hogwarts grounds, shadows lengthen and stretch toward a solitary figure standing apart from the forbidden forest, a massive tree whose gnarled limbs sway slightly even in the absence of wind, as though stirring from slumber. The Whomping Willow stands sentinel on a gentle rise, deceptively still until approached, when its suddenly animated branches lash out with surprising speed and devastating force. Tonight we shall explore the secrets of this remarkable magical plant, its origins, its rare magical properties, and the hidden purpose that led Albus Dumbledore to plant it on the school grounds in 1971. The Whomping Willow belongs to a rare category of magical flora known as arbor animata, literally animated trees. Unlike ordinary magical plants that might possess defensive capabilities or unusual properties, these exceptional specimens demonstrate a form of consciousness and responsive awareness more commonly associated with magical creatures than with botanical life. They represent one of the most fascinating intersections between herbology and magizoology, possessing characteristics that challenge traditional classifications. Wild Whomping Willows are exceptionally rare, occurring naturally only in isolated pockets of ancient magical forests in northern Europe. Historical records suggest they first appeared during the early medieval period, possibly as a magical adaptation to defend against increasing human encroachment on magical territories. Herbologists theorize that the species developed from ordinary weeping willows exposed to concentrated magical energy over centuries, gradually developing mobility and defensive instincts through a process similar to the magical evolution that produced creatures like bowtruckles from ordinary insects. The cultivation of Whomping Willows is a specialized branch of magical horticulture undertaken by only the most skilled herbologists. The process begins with cuttings taken from mature specimens, a dangerous procedure requiring precise timing and protective enchantments. These cuttings must be harvested during the winter dormancy period, when the tree's aggressive tendencies are somewhat subdued, though still present. The young saplings require specific growing conditions, soil enriched with powdered grabhorn horn for strength, regular applications of mooncow dung for magical potency, and most crucially, exposure to carefully controlled magical currents during their formative years. These currents, typically generated through sustained enchantments performed at regular intervals, stimulate the development of the willow's unique magical nervous system, a network of fibers running throughout the trunk and branches that allow the tree to sense movement in its vicinity and respond with coordinated attacks. Unlike most plants, which reach toward the sun to maximize photosynthesis, the developing Whomping Willow must be regularly challenged with simulated threats to encourage proper defensive growth. Herbologists use enchanted practice dummies that approach the sapling at increasing speeds, training the young tree to react more quickly and forcefully as it matures. Without this stimulation, the willow's reflexes remain slow and its strikes weak, rendering it essentially an ordinary tree with occasionally twitching branches. The maturation period for a Whomping Willow spans approximately 20 years before it reaches full size and potency. During this time, its personality, for lack of a better term, also develops. Each specimen demonstrates unique behavioral patterns, Some become particularly aggressive towards certain types of movement. Others develop specific striking patterns or preferred angles of attack. The Hogwarts specimen, for instance, is known for its tendency to use sweeping low branches to catch unwary visitors by surprise, followed by powerful overhead strikes once its target is off balance. The wood of the Whomping Willow possesses remarkable magical properties that make it simultaneously valuable and nearly impossible to harvest. It demonstrates extraordinary flexibility combined with devastating impact force, qualities that would make it ideal for certain specialized applications in wand making or broom crafting. However, the tree's continued animation even after branches are removed presents obvious difficulties. Severed limbs remain mobile for up to 7 days, striking blindly at anything within reach until their magical energy is finally exhausted. In the rare cases where Whomping Willow wood has been successfully harvested and utilized, the resulting magical artifacts display unusual characteristics. Wands crafted from properly cured Whomping Willow wood are extraordinarily rare, but noted for their excellence in defensive magic and transfiguration. These wands form powerful bonds with their owners, but retain something of the tree's temperament. They have been known to strike out of their owner's hand if handled carelessly or with insufficient respect. The magical resilience of the Whomping Willow is legendary. The trees can withstand spells that would destroy ordinary plants, with most jinxes and hexes simply absorbed into their magical structure. Even fire spells must be extraordinarily powerful to cause lasting damage, as the tree's natural defenses include the ability to rapidly seal wounded areas and redirect its magical energy away from damaged sections. This self-healing capability means that the Hogwarts Whomping Willow has survived numerous encounters with students, magical creatures, and even the occasional flying car, bearing its scars but remaining fundamentally undiminished. What many visitors to Hogwarts do not realize, however, is that the specimen on the school grounds serves a specific and vital purpose beyond mere botanical curiosity. The truth, hidden for many years, is that the Whomping Willow was planted deliberately by Albus Dumbledore to conceal the entrance to a secret passage, a tunnel leading from the Hogwarts grounds to the Shrieking Shack in the nearby village of Hogsmeade. This passage was created to accommodate a young student named Remus Lupin, who suffered from lycanthropy, the magical condition that transformed him into a werewolf during the full moon. Prior to Lupin's attendance at Hogwarts, it seemed impossible for a werewolf to safely attend the school. The risk of exposure and the danger to other students during transformation periods presented insurmountable obstacles, but Dumbledore, with characteristic compassion and ingenuity, devised a solution that would allow the talented young wizard to receive the education he deserved. The plan was elegantly simple in concept, though complex in execution. Each month before the full moon, Lupin would be escorted to the Whomping Willow by Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. Using a long stick to press a specific knot at the base of the tree, she would temporarily immobilize the willow's aggressive branches, allowing access to the hidden tunnel entrance between its roots. Lupin would then proceed through the passage to the Shrieking Shack, a building specially constructed to contain a transformed werewolf, with reinforced walls, boarded windows, and powerful confinement charms. The Whomping Willow served as the perfect guardian for this secret. Its aggressive nature ensured that no student would accidentally discover the passage, while the knowledge of how to immobilize it could be carefully controlled. The tree's reputation quickly spread among the student body, with tales of broken bones and narrow escapes, ensuring that most gave it a wide berth. The few who approached it out of curiosity or on dares received sufficiently memorable lessons to discourage further investigation. Meanwhile, the monthly howls and crashes emanating from the Shrieking Shack during Lupin's transformations gave rise to the local legend that the building was haunted by particularly violent spirits. This rumor, quietly encouraged by Dumbledore himself, provided a convenient explanation for the disturbances, while further ensuring that villagers and students alike would avoid the area during dangerous periods. The secret of the Whomping Willow was ultimately discovered by Lupin's closest friends, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. Rather than exposing their friend or distancing themselves upon learning of his condition, they undertook the extraordinarily complex process of becoming animagi, wizards capable of transforming into animals at will. In their animal forms, they could safely accompany Lupin during his transformations, reducing the werewolf's self-destructive tendencies and exploring the grounds and forest in a monthly adventure they called their furry little problem. Years later, the passage beneath the Whomping Willow would play a pivotal role in the events surrounding Sirius Black's escape from Azkaban and the revelation of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal of the Potters. The tree that had guarded one secret so faithfully became the pathway to uncovering another deeper deception, demonstrating once again the layered purposes that often characterize Dumbledore's seemingly straightforward decisions. Today, the Whomping Willow continues its vigil on the Hogwarts grounds, its original purpose now part of the school's complex history. Current students still give it a respectful distance, occasionally testing their reflexes against its swinging branches in impromptu games of dare, unaware of the compassionate reasoning behind its planting, or the friendship that flourished in the passage beneath its roots. As you drift towards sleep, imagine standing at a safe distance from this remarkable magical plant. Watch how the evening breeze ruffles its leaves, how moonlight casts shifting patterns through its swaying branches. Consider the hidden depths that sometimes lie beneath seemingly simple explanations, and the extraordinary measures that true compassion sometimes requires. What secrets might you guard with such fierce dedication? What hidden passages in your own life connect separate worlds that others might never suspect exist? Chapter 7. The Magic of a Quill. The evening grows deeper around us, the candles burning low as we continue our journey through the wizarding world's fascinating magical artifacts. Perhaps you've noticed the acid green quill that has been resting beside my parchment, occasionally rising of its own accord to scratch notes across the page without my hand to guide it. This curious instrument, a quill, represents a compelling intersection of charm work, enchanted objects, and the wizard's eternal quest to automate the more tedious aspects of daily life. Tonight, we shall explore its creation, its capabilities, and the controversies that surround its use in wizarding society. The development of self-writing quills traces back to the early 15th century, when the growing bureaucracy of the newly established Ministry of Magic created unprecedented demands for documentation and record-keeping. Prior to this period, magical scribes relied primarily on dictation quills, simple enchanted instruments that would accurately transcribe spoken words, but required constant supervision. The innovation of the self-writing quill, capable of taking dictation without direct guidance, represented a significant leap forward in magical office technology. The earliest version of what would eventually become the Quill was developed by Alcina Dyeworks, a witch who served as senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic from 1423 to 1442. Frustrated by the hours spent recording meeting minutes, Dyeworks combined a standard dictation charm with elements of a sentient spell, creating a quill that could not only transcribe speech, but organize and format the resulting text appropriately. Her invention, which she called the autonomous recording quill, became standard equipment throughout the ministry within a decade. The basic magical structure of these early self-writing quills relied on three primary enchantments layered in careful sequence. The foundation was a modified hover charm that allowed the quill to maintain its position above parchment without physical support. This was overlaid with an adapted dictation charm that connected the quill to nearby speech. Finally, a simplified recognition spell allowed the quill to identify different speakers and attribute quotes correctly. These three elements created a functional, if somewhat literal, transcription tool. The true quill as we know it today emerged several centuries later, when an ambitious young reporter for the Daily Prophet named Elmira Stitch sought to create a more interpretive version of the standard self-writing quill. Stitch was known for her heavily embellished style of journalism, where facts served merely as a launching point for more colorful narratives. Finding it tiresome to continually embellish her notes after interviews, she experimented with modifying the recognition spell component to include personality analysis and emotional interpretation. The result was revolutionary and immediately controversial. Stitch's modified Quill not only recorded spoken words but embellished them based on its magical assessment of the speaker's character, appearance, and emotional state. A simple statement like "I'm pleased with the outcome" might be transformed into visibly fighting back tears of joy. He expressed his overwhelming delight at the triumphant conclusion. This ability to automatically generate colorful prose made the Quick Quotes Quill an instant success among journalists looking to add drama to otherwise mundane interviews. The creation of a Quick Quotes Quill begins with the selection of an appropriate feather. While any quill can be enchanted with self-writing capabilities, the most responsive Quick Quotes Quills are crafted from the tail feathers of Whoop or birds. These vibrant African magical birds, whose calls can drive listeners to insanity, somehow produce feathers that are particularly receptive to charms involving interpretation and creative expression. The paradoxical nature of the Whooper, its beautiful appearance contrasted with its dangerous effect, seems to translate into quills that balance factual recording with creative embellishment. After selection, the feather undergoes a preparation process lasting approximately 1 lunar cycle. It is soaked in a solution of armadillo bile, essence of belladonna, and powdered moonstone, ingredients associated with perception, alteration, and intuition respectively. Throughout this soaking period, the quill must be exposed to a carefully curated series of literary works, typically including journalism, poetry, and fiction, which shape the stylistic tendencies it will eventually develop. The enchantment process itself requires considerable magical skill. The wand work involves precise figure-8 movements combined with a counterclockwise spiral, while the incantation, typically non-verbal for proprietary reasons, must be maintained at a consistent pitch for exactly 7 minutes. During this period, the wand maker focuses intently on the type of writing style they wish the quill to adopt, essentially imprinting their own literary sensibilities onto the emerging magical object. The final step in creating a premium Quick Quotes Quill is the calibration process, where the quill's tendencies toward exaggeration are carefully adjusted. A properly calibrated quill should embellish mundane facts without venturing into complete fabrication, a delicate balance that distinguishes a professional instrument from a novelty item. This calibration typically involves testing the quill with standardized phrases and adjusting its enchantments until the resulting text achieves the desired level of creative interpretation. The magical mechanics of a functioning Quick Quotes Quill are fascinating to observe. When activated, typically by tapping it 3 times with a wand, the quill enters a state of heightened receptivity. It hovers approximately 6 inches above the parchment, occasionally rotating slightly as though scanning its environment. As conversation begins, the quill tilts toward the speaker, its tip vibrating subtly as it processes not just the words being spoken, but the speaker's tone, expression, appearance, and the enchanted quill's interpretation of their emotional state. The writing process itself occurs in short bursts of activity. Rather than transcribing word for word in real time, the Quick Quotes Quill appears to gather information for several seconds before suddenly engaging in a flurry of writing, the nib moving with such speed that it often appears as merely a green blur above the parchment. This pattern of observation followed by intense transcription continues throughout the interview, occasionally punctuated by moments where the quill pauses entirely, seemingly considering how best to phrase a particular point. The most notorious user of the Quick Quotes Quill in recent wizarding history was undoubtedly Rita Skeeter, special correspondent for the Daily Prophet, whose acid green quill became synonymous with her particularly sensationalist approach to journalism. Skeeter's quill demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for transforming even the most innocent statements into scandalous revelations, a characteristic that likely reflected its owner's personal and professional tendencies rather than any inherent quality of the instrument itself. During her coverage of the Triwizard Tournament in 1994 to 1995, Skeeter's Quick Quotes Quill produced a series of increasingly outlandish articles about Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and other Hogwarts students. A brief conversation with Harry was transformed into a tear-soaked confessional about his parents' deaths. Hermione Granger was portrayed as manipulating famous wizards' affections through love potions based on nothing more than her standing near Victor Crumb. These creative interpretations eventually crossed the line from embellishment to fabrication, resulting in significant damage to personal reputations and public understanding of events. This tendency towards sensationalism has made Quick Quotes Quill's controversial in serious journalistic circles. The Quibbler, despite its reputation for publishing unusual content, has a strict policy against their use, with editor Xenophilius Lovegood maintaining that facts are quite strange enough without additional enchantment. More mainstream publications like Transfiguration Today and Challenges in Charming prohibit their use entirely, relying instead on standard dictation quills or memory-enhancing devices to ensure accurate reporting. The legal status of Quick Quotes Quills exists in a somewhat gray area. While not illegal to possess or use, evidence gathered exclusively through a Quick Quotes Quill is inadmissible in Wizengamot proceedings, as established in the 1893 case of Mockridge v. Daily Prophet. After this ruling, all ministry departments were required to use only standard dictation quills for official records. However, no similar restriction exists for the press, leading to the ongoing ethical debates about their appropriate use in journalism. Beyond journalism, Quick Quotes Quills have found various applications throughout wizarding society. Modified versions with reduced embellishment tendencies are popular among magical novelists experiencing writer's block. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes keeps specially calibrated Quick Quotes Quills for interviewing traumatized witnesses, as the quills can sometimes capture emotional subtext that witnesses are unable to articulate directly. Some healing centers for magical psychological conditions use therapeutic variants that help patients express feelings they struggle to put into words. For the average witch or wizard, owning a Quick Quotes Quill represents something of a luxury item, useful for maintaining correspondence or keeping a creatively enhanced diary, but hardly essential for daily life. Quality varies significantly, with mass-produced models from Flourish and Blots offering only mild embellishment, while custom-made quills from specialized wand makers can produce prose worthy of a published novelist from the most mundane dictation. Caring for a Quick Quotes Quill requires attention to both its physical and magical components. The feather itself should be occasionally treated with strengthening solution to prevent breakage, while the enchantments benefit from periodic exercise. Allowing the quill to transcribe particularly emotional or dramatic readings keeps its interpretive abilities sharp. Without this maintenance, the quill's embellishments gradually become formulaic and predictable, eventually degrading to the level of simply inserting random adjectives into otherwise straightforward text. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Quick Quotes Quills is how they seem to develop distinct personalities over time, reflecting both their enchantments and the literary preferences of their owners. A quill used primarily for romantic correspondence will develop different tendencies than one used for reporting sporting events. Long-term owners often describe their quills as having specific quirks, favorite phrases, preferred literary devices, or particular words they seem to enjoy using whenever possible. Whether this represents actual development of the enchantment or simply the owner's projection remains an open question in magical theory. As our candles burn even lower and the shadows lengthen around us, consider the delicate relationship between fact and interpretation, between the words we speak and how they might be perceived. In your own storytelling, how much embellishment enhances the underlying truth, and at what point does creative interpretation become something less honest? For in the space between literal transcription and complete fabrication lies the art of storytelling, a magic perhaps more ancient and powerful than any charm that might animate a Quick Quotes Quill. Chapter 8. The First Order of the Phoenix. The fire burns lower now, its gentle warmth embracing us as we delve deeper into wizarding history. Cast your mind back to the darkening days of the 1970s, when fear crept like shadow across magical Britain, when whispered rumors of dark deeds grew into terrifying certainties, and when a small band of extraordinary witches and wizards gathered in defiance of the gathering storm. While Chapter 3 explored the creation of the Order of the Phoenix, tonight we shall examine more closely those brave souls who comprised its original membership, the First Order, whose courage and sacrifice would echo through the decades to come. A photograph exists, faded now, its edges worn from handling, showing nearly 24 individuals grouped together, their faces bearing expressions ranging from determined resolve to youthful confidence. This image, taken by Alastor Moody at an order gathering approximately 1 year before Voldemort's first fall, provides a poignant visual record of the original members, many of whom would not survive the First Wizarding War. As we discuss these remarkable individuals, imagine them standing together in that moment, unaware of the specific fates awaiting them, but fully cognizant of the dangers they had chosen to face. At the center of the group, naturally, stood Albus Dumbledore, already legendary, his auburn hair and beard streaked with gray, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the camera flash. Though he had defeated Grindelwald decades earlier, the burden of organizing resistance against a new Dark Lord weighed heavily upon him. Those closest to Dumbledore noted subtle changes in his demeanor during this period, moments of profound weariness quickly masked behind his customary twinkling eyes, and an increasing tendency towards solitary contemplation. Yet his public face remained one of unwavering confidence, providing the symbolic center around which the Order rallied. Beside Dumbledore in the photograph stood Alastor Mad-Eye Moody, already bearing numerous scars from his long career as an Auror, but still possessing both his natural eyes. Moody's contribution to the Order extended far beyond his formidable dueling skills. His decades of experience hunting dark wizards provided tactical expertise, while his network of contacts throughout magical law enforcement supplied crucial intelligence. Perhaps most importantly, Moody trained the younger Order members in combat techniques not taught at Hogwarts: how to fight when outnumbered, how to anticipate an opponent's tactics, and most critically, how to survive to fight another day. Minerva McGonagall appears in the photograph with her characteristic severe expression, her posture straight and unyielding. Though her role as deputy headmistress of Hogwarts limited her direct involvement in Order operations, McGonagall served as Dumbledore's most trusted lieutenant, maintaining the school's security and observing students for signs of Death Eater recruitment or influence. Her animagus ability, transforming into a tabby cat with distinctive markings around the eyes, proved invaluable for surveillance missions when a human presence would arouse suspicion. The presence of other Hogwarts staff in the Order created a protective network around the school. Phileas Flitwick, whose cheerful demeanor belied his status as a former dueling champion, contributed both his expertise in defensive charms and his extensive knowledge of enchantment theory to develop protections for Order safe houses. Pomona Sprout, though less directly involved in confrontations, cultivated rare plants with defensive or healing properties specifically for Order use, including specialized variations of mandrakes and dittany developed through her own experimental breeding programs. Standing somewhat apart in the photograph is a tall, thin man with prematurely graying hair. Lyle Lupin, father of Remus, and an acknowledged expert on non-human spirituous apparitions. Lupin's expertise proved crucial in countering Voldemort's attempts to recruit magical creatures to his cause. Though hampered by the Ministry's increasingly prejudicial policies, Lyle worked tirelessly to maintain lines of communication with werewolf communities, centaur herds, and even attempted negotiations with the notoriously reclusive vampire covens of Eastern Europe. The photograph also captures several members who served as the Order's connection to the wider wizarding community. Daedalus Diggle, with his excitable manner and violet top hat, might have seemed an unlikely resistance fighter, but his extensive network of contacts throughout magical Britain provided safe houses, supplies, and early warnings of Death Eater activities. Elphias Doge, Dumbledore's longtime friend, leveraged his international connections to seek support from foreign wizarding communities, and monitor Voldemort's attempts to extend his influence beyond Britain. The younger generation of the First Order occupies one side of the photograph, their expressions more openly defiant, their postures suggesting the restless energy of recent Hogwarts graduates. James and Lily Potter stand close together, his arm around her shoulders, her brilliant green eyes serious but undaunted. Both had demonstrated exceptional magical talent during their Hogwarts years, James in transfiguration and Lily in charms and potions. But their greatest contribution to the Order lay in their unflinching willingness to undertake the most dangerous missions, often serving as decoys to draw Death Eater attention from more vulnerable targets. Sirius Black stands beside James in the photograph, his aristocratic features set in an expression of grim determination that contradicted his usual carefree demeanor. Having rejected his family's pureblood ideology and their support of Voldemort, Sirius brought unique insight into Death Eater circles through his knowledge of traditional pureblood families and their social connections. His flying motorcycle, magically enhanced for both speed and invisibility, became an important Order asset for rapid response to attacks and emergency evacuations. Remus Lupin appears somewhat shabbier than his friends, his expression more reserved. His lycanthropy, while presenting obvious challenges, also provided the Order with invaluable intelligence. On Dumbledore's instructions, Lupin infiltrated werewolf communities that Fenrir Greyback was attempting to recruit for Voldemort, enduring difficult conditions and constant danger to identify those who might be persuaded to resist, or at least remain neutral in the coming conflict. This work, though crucial, increased his isolation even within the Order, as the necessary secrecy surrounding his missions prevented him from sharing his whereabouts or activities with most other members. Peter Pettigrew stands slightly behind the others in the photograph, his watery eyes squinting in the flash, his smile not quite reaching them. The tragic irony of his presence among these brave individuals now overshadows any legitimate contributions he made before his betrayal. What remains unclear, and perhaps always will, is when exactly Pettigrew turned to Voldemort, whether fear gradually eroded his loyalty over years of increasing danger, or whether he had always harbored resentments that made him vulnerable to the Dark Lord's promises and threats. The Pruitt brothers, Gideon and Fabian, stand with their arms crossed, identical expressions of determined confidence on their freckled faces. Known for their exceptional dueling skills and uncanny coordination when fighting together, they were among the Order's most effective combatants. Their sister Molly, though not officially an Order member at the time due to her young children, supported their work by providing a safe house and healing injured members, skills she would bring to the Second Order years later, along with the fighting spirit her brothers had demonstrated. Edgar Bones stands tall and dignified in formal wizard robes, representing one of several entire families committed to the Order's cause. His sister Amelia, then rising through the ranks of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, provided crucial information about Ministry activities while maintaining plausible deniability about her brother's resistance involvement. The Bones family paid a terrible price for their principles when Edgar, his wife, and their children were murdered in their home by Death Eaters, determined to make an example of prominent opposition families. Benji Fenwick appears in the photograph with a broad smile that belied his serious commitment to the cause. A talented curse breaker who had worked alongside goblins at Gringotts, Fenwick applied his skills to creating secure locations for Order meetings and developing methods to detect and counter the increasingly dark curses employed by Death Eaters. His end was particularly horrific. Only pieces of his body were ever recovered after an encounter with Antonin Dolohov and other Death Eaters in the summer of 1981. Caradoc Dearborn, standing near the edge of the group, would disappear entirely 6 months after the photograph was taken. Neither his body nor any definitive evidence of his fate was ever discovered, though the timing suggested a connection to his infiltration of a suspected Imperious Curse operation targeting Wizengamot members. His disappearance exemplified the particular horror of those times, the uncertainty faced by families and friends of the missing suspended between hope and grief without resolution. Marlene McKinnon stands proudly in the photograph, unaware that within weeks she and her entire family would be murdered in their home. As a specialist in defensive magic with particular expertise in warding spells, McKinnon had been instrumental in developing the protection systems for Order safe houses. Her death represented not just a personal tragedy, but a strategic blow, forcing the Order to relocate several operations and rebuild security measures without her expertise. Dorcas Meadows, a formidable witch with extensive healing training, appears near Dumbledore in the image. That Voldemort chose to kill her personally speaks to her significance as a threat to his plans. Though records of her specific contributions remain scarce, surviving Order members have suggested that she had uncovered critical information about Voldemort's experimentation with forms of magic that extended beyond conventional understanding of life and death, research that may have approached the nature of his Horcruxes. Emmeline Vance stands composed and elegant in the photograph, her intelligence evident in her thoughtful expression. Her connections in the Department of International Magical Cooperation provided the Order with information about Voldemort's attempts to gain support from foreign dark wizards and creatures. Vance would survive the First Wizarding War only to fall during the Second, murdered near the Muggle Prime Minister's residence, a deliberate statement about the Death Eater's reach even into supposedly secure areas. Sturgis Podmore, with his square jaw and thick straw-colored hair, represented the Order's connection to various ministry departments. His position allowed him to monitor internal communications and identify officials who might be acting under the Imperious Curse or who had willingly aligned with Voldemort's cause. This dangerous balancing act, maintaining his cover while gathering intelligence, required extraordinary caution and constant vigilance. The daily operations of the First Order combined direct resistance with intelligence gathering and civilian protection. Members maintained regular employment and normal lives as cover while undertaking Order missions as needed. This approach provided both practical benefits, necessary income and maintained covers, and psychological ones, preserving a connection to the peaceful world they were fighting to protect. Unlike the hierarchical structure of the Death Eaters, the Order operated as a network of semi-autonomous cells, with members knowing only what was necessary for their specific assignments. This compartmentalization limited the damage any single compromise could cause. Dumbledore alone maintained complete awareness of all operations, a burden that isolated him even as it protected the organization. Communication between members utilized multiple methods to avoid detection. Patronus messengers, developed by Dumbledore himself, provided secure communication for urgent matters, while enchanted objects using variations of protean charms allowed for more routine coordination. Face-to-face meetings occurred at irregular intervals in locations known only hours beforehand, with multiple layers of security and recognition protocols. The First Order's greatest challenge was not simply fighting Death Eaters, but maintaining hope in increasingly desperate circumstances. Each loss, each disappearance, each family murdered created not just grief but fear, testing the resolve of those who remained. That they continued despite these losses, despite infiltration from within, despite dwindling public support, as fear drove many to neutrality or even sympathy with Voldemort's cause, stands as testament to their extraordinary courage. The unexpected fall of Voldemort following his attack on the Potter family brought this phase of the conflict to an abrupt and surprising conclusion. The celebration that swept the wizarding world was tempered for surviving Order members by grief for those lost, and by lingering doubts about whether the threat had truly ended. These doubts, dismissed by most as paranoia in the years that followed, would be tragically validated when, 13 years later, the dark mark appeared in the sky above the Quidditch World Cup, signaling the beginning of Voldemort's return. As the embers of our fire glow softly red, consider those faces in the faded photograph, ordinary people who chose extraordinary courage when confronted with darkness. What compels individuals to stand against overwhelming odds? What invisible thread of principle, or love, or simple human decency connects those throughout history who have refused to surrender to fear or indifference? Perhaps, In the quiet moments before sleep claims you, you might consider what cause would move you to similar courage, what principles would sustain you through darkest night toward an uncertain dawn. Chapter 9. The Transformation of Tom Riddle. The flames have burned to glowing embers now, casting strange shadows across the room as we turn to one of the darkest chapters in wizarding history. Tonight, we shall trace the path of a boy named Tom Marvolo Riddle, a child born of a love potion's false enchantment, raised without affection in a Muggle orphanage, who would transform himself through terrible magic and terrible deeds into Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard of modern times. This is not a tale to frighten, but rather to understand, for in the twisted journey from abandoned child to Dark Lord lie insights into the nature of power, choice, and the human capacity for both extraordinary magic and extraordinary cruelty. Our story begins on a cold New Year's Eve in 1926, in a bleak London orphanage where a young woman named Merup Gaunt arrived in the final stages of labor, weakened by months of deprivation and heartbreak after the departure of her husband, Tom Riddle Sr., a Muggle she had ensnared with love potions. Merup had sufficient strength only to deliver her son and name him before succumbing to death, her final words expressing hope that he would resemble his handsome father. This hope would be granted in physical appearance, though in character, the child would ultimately embody the worst aspects of the Gaunt family's dark legacy. The early years of Tom Riddle's life unfolded in the institutional coldness of Wool's orphanage. Even as a very young child, caretakers noted unusual incidents surrounding him: toys that moved without being touched, animals that seemed to fear him, and other children who mysteriously suffered accidents after disagreements with the quiet, handsome boy. By the age of 7, Tom had developed conscious control over these abilities, using them deliberately to frighten or punish those who crossed him. Most disturbingly, he seemed to take pleasure in his power over others, collecting small trophies from his victims as mementos of these victories. The arrival of Albus Dumbledore at the orphanage in the summer of 1938 marked a pivotal moment in Riddle's life. Dumbledore, then the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, came to inform 11-year-old Tom of his acceptance to the school and his true nature as a wizard. Their first meeting revealed much about the boy Riddle had become: distrustful, self-reliant, and already harboring a disturbing desire for power and specialness. When Dumbledore demonstrated magic by setting Riddle's wardrobe temporarily aflame, the boy's reaction was not wonder, but an immediate demand to learn how to do the same. More tellingly, when confronted about his bullying of other children, Riddle showed neither remorse nor fear, but rather a calculating assessment of how much Dumbledore knew and how it might affect his future. Despite these concerning signs, Dumbledore arranged for Riddle to attend Hogwarts, perhaps hoping that proper magical education and the community of the school might guide the troubled child toward a more positive path. In September 1938, Tom Riddle boarded the Hogwarts Express, leaving behind the Muggle world he had come to despise, carrying with him only his second-hand school supplies and an innate magical talent that would soon prove exceptional. The Sorting Hat's decision to place Riddle in Slytherin House proved consequential in shaping his development. Among the children of ancient wizarding families, many harboring pure-blood supremacist views, Riddle initially faced prejudice for his unknown parentage and apparent Muggle surname. Rather than breaking his spirit, however, this merely strengthened his determination to prove himself superior. He devoted himself to academic excellence, cultivated a carefully charming persona for teachers and selected peers, and began his systematic exploration of Hogwarts secrets, particularly those relating to his growing obsession: Salazar Slytherin and his Chamber of Secrets. Riddle's academic performance proved nothing short of brilliant. Teachers, with the notable exception of the persistently wary Dumbledore, praised his intelligence, magical aptitude, and apparent thirst for knowledge. He received perfect marks in all examinations, served as a prefect and later head boy, and was widely considered the most promising student Hogwarts had seen in generations. This public facade of the perfect student concealed his true activities, nocturnal explorations of the castle's hidden areas, research into the darkest aspects of magic, and the gradual gathering of followers attracted to his growing power. The discovery of his own heritage marked another critical turning point in Riddle's evolution. Through diligent research in old-school records and wizarding genealogies, he uncovered his connection to Salazar Slytherin through his mother's family, the Gaunts. This revelation transformed his self-perception. No longer was he merely a talented orphan of unknown parentage, but the heir to one of wizarding history's most significant figures. The knowledge fueled both his growing sense of entitlement and his contempt for his Muggle father, who had abandoned his witch mother before his birth. During his 5th year at Hogwarts, Riddle located the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, fulfilling what he saw as his birthright as Slytherin's heir. His ability to speak Parseltongue, inherited through the Gaunt line, allowed him to command the deadly basilisk that had lain dormant within the chamber for centuries. Rather than revealing his discovery publicly, Riddle chose to use the monster strategically, targeting Muggle-born students in a calculated campaign of terror. When the death of a student named Myrtle Warren, who would later become known as Moaning Myrtle, threatened the closure of Hogwarts, Riddle framed fellow student Rubeus Hagrid for the attacks, preserving both the school and his own pristine reputation. It was during this period that Tom Riddle began experimenting with the darkest forms of magic, particularly the creation of Horcruxes, magical objects containing fragments of a wizard's soul, created through the supreme act of evil murder. His first Horcrux, created with Myrtle Warren's death, was his own diary, an item that would later play a crucial role in reopening the Chamber of Secrets 50 years later. This act marked Riddle's first deliberate step toward magical immortality, a goal that would increasingly consume him in the years to come. The summer following his discovery of the chamber, Riddle traced his paternal relatives to the village of Little Hangleton. There, he came face to face with both the Muggle father who had abandoned him and the impoverished remnants of his mother's family, in the person of Morfin Gaunt, his uncle. The encounter culminated in Riddle's murder of his father and paternal grandparents, a crime for which he framed his uncle by modifying Morfin's memories. Using the Gaunt family ring he took from Morfin, Riddle created his second Horcrux, further fracturing his soul in his pursuit of immortality. Returning to Hogwarts for his final years, Riddle intensified his efforts to gather information about the most taboo magical practices. He cultivated relationships with professors who possessed specialized knowledge, most notably Horace Slughorn, from whom he extracted crucial information about the possibility of creating multiple Horcruxes. His apparent thirst for academic knowledge concealed his true purpose, the systematic acquisition of magical lore that would serve his ambition for power and immortality. Upon graduation, Riddle surprised many by declining numerous prestigious job offers from the Ministry of Magic and other magical institutions. Instead, he took a position at Borgin and Burke's, a shop in Nocturne Alley specializing in dark magical objects and artifacts. This seemingly modest career choice served several purposes. It allowed him to identify and acquire powerful magical objects, to make connections with dark wizards and collectors, and to maintain a low profile while he continued developing his plans for the future. During his time at Borgin and Burke's, Riddle cultivated a relationship with Hepzibah Smith, an elderly witch descended from Helga Hufflepuff and the owner of two priceless magical artifacts, Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, the latter having once belonged to Riddle's own mother before poverty forced its sale. After charming his way into Smith's confidence, Riddle murdered her, stole both artifacts, and modified her house elf's memories to take the blame. These treasures would later become his third and fourth Horcruxes, vessels for the increasingly fragmented pieces of his soul. Following the murder of Hepzibah Smith, Tom Riddle disappeared from Wizarding Britain entirely. For nearly a decade, he traveled widely, delving ever deeper into obscure and forbidden magic, particularly in Eastern Europe and ancient magical cultures, where restraints on dark magic were fewer. He studied with dark wizards, experimented with magical transformation, and continued creating Horcruxes. Each act of murder, each splitting of his soul, diminished his humanity further, a spiritual deterioration that gradually manifested in physical changes as well. When he finally returned to Britain, Tom Riddle had become nearly unrecognizable. His once handsome features had grown waxy and distorted, his eyes showing the first signs of the reddish glow they would eventually possess. More significantly, he had abandoned his birth name entirely, now calling himself Lord Voldemort, an anagram of Tom Marvolo Riddle that proclaimed, "I am Lord Voldemort," severing his connection to his Muggle father and creating an identity aligned with his perception of his own greatness. The transformation complete, Voldemort began gathering followers, the Death Eaters, from among those who shared his views on blood purity or were simply attracted to his growing power. Many came from Slytherin families he had known during his Hogwarts years, forming the nucleus of what would become a movement dedicated to purging the wizarding world of Muggleborns and establishing magical dominance over Muggles. Through a combination of ideological appeal, fear, and promises of power, Voldemort built a force that would soon threaten the entire wizarding world. Around 1970, Voldemort made one final attempt to secure a position at Hogwarts, applying to Dumbledore, now headmaster, for the Defense Against the Dark Arts teaching post. His motives were complex, partly to access Hogwarts and its resources for further research, partly to influence young witches and wizards, and partly to acquire an item he sought for his final planned Horcrux. Dumbledore, recognizing the darkness that had fully consumed his former student, refused the application. In response, Voldemort cursed the position, ensuring that no Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher would remain at Hogwarts for more than a year, a curse that would hold for decades to come. With his transformation from troubled orphan to Dark Lord complete, Voldemort launched the campaign of terror that would become the First Wizarding War. His physical appearance continued to deteriorate, reflecting the damage to his soul caused by multiple Horcruxes and immersion in the darkest forms of magic. The handsome boy who had once charmed teachers and peers alike was gone entirely, replaced by a figure whose serpentine features and glowing red eyes embodied the inhumanity he had embraced in his quest for power and immortality. The tragedy of Tom Riddle lies not in his innate nature, but in his choices. While his childhood was undeniably bleak, born of a loveless union, abandoned before birth, raised without affection, many others have endured similar or worse circumstances without turning to darkness. At each crossroads, Riddle chose the path that led away from humanity and toward power. He rejected friendship in favor of followers, compassion in favor of control, and ultimately sacrificed his very soul on the altar of his ambition. Perhaps most revealing is what Riddle feared above all else: death, the ultimate equalizer that would render meaningless all his striving for power and specialness. This fear drove his creation of Horcruxes, his pursuit of the Elder Wand, and ultimately his obsessive targeting of Harry Potter, the boy who had somehow survived his killing curse. In this fear, we see not the towering Dark Lord of wizarding nightmares, but the frightened orphan still raging against the limitations of human existence, still desperately trying to prove himself exceptional. As our tale of transformation concludes, consider the path from Tom Riddle to Lord Voldemort as a series of choices rather than an inevitable destiny. What moments of decision shaped his journey toward darkness? What opportunities for a different path did he encounter and reject? And perhaps most importantly, what does his tragedy reveal about the nature of power when divorced from love, from empathy, from the very humanity that gives magic its deepest meaning and purpose? Chapter 10. The Binding of Magical Contracts. The night deepens around us, the darkness held at bay by the soft glow of dying embers. It is in such quiet moments that we might contemplate the invisible threads that connect and bind us, promises made, oaths sworn, agreements sealed not just by word but by magic itself. The wizarding world operates on many levels of obligation and commitment, from casual promises to the most solemn and irrevocable magical bonds. Tonight we shall explore the ancient and powerful magic of binding contracts, the spells that ensure compliance, the consequences of breaking them, and the profound magical principles that make such bindings possible. At their most fundamental level, magical contracts represent an intersection of intent, magic, and consequence, a form of spellwork that transforms an agreement between parties into a self-enforcing magical reality. Unlike Muggle contracts, which require external authorities to enforce compliance, magical contracts contain within themselves both the terms of agreement and the mechanisms for ensuring those terms are met. This self-enforcing nature makes them both powerful and potentially dangerous, depending on the specific form of contract and the severity of its binding elements. The theoretical foundations of magical contract law trace back to ancient Greece, where wizards of the Pythagorean school developed the first formalized approach to binding magical agreements. These early magical philosophers identified what they called the tripartite principle of binding magic: voluntas, willingness; scientia, knowledge; and consequentia, consequence. A properly constructed magical contract, they argued, must include clear consent from all participants, full understanding of the terms, and defined consequences for non-compliance. Modern magical contracts still adhere to these principles, though with significant refinements over the centuries. The simplest form of magical contract is the basic binding agreement, commonly used in everyday wizarding transactions. When purchasing items from establishments like Flourish and Blots or Quality Quidditch Supplies, customers often tap their wands to a special parchment that records the transaction and creates a minor magical binding. This level of contract typically carries minimal consequences for breach, perhaps a notification to the vendor or a small financial penalty, and the binding magic dissipates once the terms are fulfilled, usually upon payment and delivery. More complex or professional binding contracts, used for employment arrangements, apprenticeships, or business partnerships in the wizarding world. These contracts typically involve formal signing ceremonies where specially prepared enchanted parchment records, not just signatures but magical impressions of the signatories. The binding magic in such contracts might monitor compliance with confidentiality clauses, non-competition agreements, or quality standards. Consequences for breach vary widely, from magical notification of the injured party to more severe effects like temporary loss of specific magical abilities related to the contract's subject matter. Consider, for example, the standard contract used by Gringotts Bank for its curse breakers. These contracts include clauses preventing employees from discussing certain bank security measures or removing artifacts without authorization. The magical binding might manifest as a temporary inability to speak about protected information to unauthorized persons, words literally catching in the throat of anyone attempting to violate confidentiality. Similar professional contracts exist for healers at St. Mungo's, preventing discussion of patient information, unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries, and wandmakers protecting their craft secrets. The creation of such contracts requires specialized knowledge and magical skill. Contract enchanters, wizards, and witches, with specific training in this branch of magic, prepare the parchment through complex processes involving particular inks, brewed with ingredients like jobberknoll feathers, associated with memory and truth, binding solution derived from devil's snare, and powdered moonstone, to enhance magical sensitivity. The parchment undergoes ritual purification, usually during specific lunar phases, and receives layered enchantments that establish the basic framework for the eventual contract terms. The actual writing of contract terms requires precision in both language and magical intent. Contract enchanters often work alongside legal specialists in the Department of Magical Contracts at the Ministry of Magic, combining linguistic expertise with magical knowledge to ensure that the written terms align perfectly with the magical binding that will enforce them. Any ambiguity or imprecision can create dangerous loopholes or unintended consequences when the magic activates. This explains the often convoluted and exhaustive language found in formal wizarding contracts. Each clause must be magically as well as legally sound. Moving beyond everyday agreements, we find more powerful forms of magical binding, The unbreakable vow represents one of the most serious magical contracts possible between individuals. Unlike written contracts, this vow takes the form of a spoken oath sealed through ritual and spellwork. The participants kneel facing each other, clasping right hands, while a third party, the bonder, places the tip of their wand on the joined hands, sealing each clause of the vow as it is spoken and accepted. The magic of the unbreakable vow manifests visually as a thin, fiery cord that winds around the clasped hands, growing brighter with each term accepted, before seemingly absorbing into the skin of the participants. This cord represents the magical binding itself, connecting directly to the life force of those involved. The consequence for breaking an unbreakable vow is invariably death. The magic seeks balance through the ultimate payment when such a solemn oath is violated. Due to this severity, unbreakable vows are rare in modern wizarding society, typically reserved for matters of extraordinary significance or trust. The Ministry of Magic strictly regulates their use, and performing the binding ritual without proper authorization can result in criminal charges. Historical records indicate that unbreakable vows were once more common, particularly among ancient pureblood families securing alliances or among the founders of magical organizations with secrets to protect. Their decline in usage reflects evolving attitudes towards such irrevocable magical commitments and growing concerns about their ethical implications. One of the most widely known examples of magical contract binding in recent history involved the Goblet of Fire and the Triwizard Tournament. When a student's name emerged from the goblet, they were magically bound to compete regardless of whether they had personally entered their name. This ancient artifact created a particularly powerful form of magical contract that connected directly to the participant's magical core, compelling compliance through increasingly uncomfortable magical pressure if the bound individual attempted to avoid their obligations. The goblet's magic demonstrates several important principles of high-level magical contracts. First, it shows that magical artifacts can serve as contract creators and enforcers, embodying centuries of layered enchantments specifically designed for binding purposes. Second, it reveals that in certain magical contracts, direct personal submission of entry, Harry Potter did not place his own name in the goblet, can be circumvented by sufficiently powerful magical manipulation, a rare exception to the voluntas principle that typically requires explicit consent. Finally, it illustrates that ancient magical contracts may operate under different rules than modern ones, reflecting the magical understanding and ethical standards of their time of creation. Beyond specific types of contracts, certain foundational principles govern all magical bindings. Primary among these is the law of magical reciprocity, which states that binding magic must maintain balance between obligation and consequence. A contract cannot magically enforce terms that are wildly disproportionate to the commitment being made. This natural magical limitation explains why even powerful wizards cannot simply create contracts with trivial requirements, but devastating penalties. The magic itself resists such imbalance and will fail to bind properly. The principle of clarity requires that both parties must genuinely understand what they are agreeing to for a magical binding to take full effect. This is why magical contracts involving minors or individuals under mental enchantments are considered suspect and often legally unenforceable. The magic seeks true informed consent and will establish weaker bonds when this element is compromised. Skilled contract enchanters include specific clarification charms in important agreements, ensuring that signatories comprehend the terms before the binding magic activates. Perhaps most fascinating is the resonance principle of magical contracts, which recognizes that the strength of a binding correlates directly to its alignment with the natural magical signatures of the participants. A contract that severely contradicts a witch or wizard's fundamental magical nature will never bind as strongly as one that resonates with their core magical identity. This principle explains why certain individuals seem able to find loopholes in magical bindings that others cannot. Their unique magical signature interacts differently with the binding enchantments. Beyond formal contracts, Other forms of magical binding exist in wizarding society. Magical oaths, sworn on one's magic or life, create self-enforcing consequences without requiring external rituals or bonders. While less structured than formal contracts, these oaths tap into ancient magic that recognizes and responds to sincere declarations of intent. The power of such oaths depends greatly on the conviction and magical strength of the oath-taker, as well as the specific wording used. The wizard's debt represents a more organic form of magical binding, arising naturally when one witch or wizard saves another's life, creating a magical obligation that persists until some form of repayment occurs. Unlike formal contracts, this binding develops spontaneously through the interaction of the individual's magic in a life or death moment, without conscious initiation by either party. The exact requirements for satisfying such a debt remain somewhat mysterious, though magical theorists suggest that the resolution must involve a service or sacrifice of comparable significance to the original life-saving act. Some magical bindings extend beyond individuals to places and communities. The Fidelius charm, while primarily a concealment spell, incorporates elements of contract magic by binding a secret within a living soul, the secret keeper, and magically preventing those who know the secret from revealing it without the secret keeper's implicit permission. This represents a form of involuntary binding placed upon those who learn protected information, limiting their ability to communicate freely about specific knowledge. Similarly, certain magical communities operate under location-specific magical contracts. The village of Hogsmeade, for instance, contains ancient protective enchantments that function as a form of residency contract. Those who establish homes or businesses there become subtly bound to contribute to the community's magical defenses and to observe certain traditional practices. Most residents remain unaware of these bindings, experiencing them only as an intuitive sense of obligation toward local customs. The ethics of magical contracts remain a subject of ongoing debate in wizarding legal and philosophical circles. Questions about consent, proportionality of consequences, and the rights of individuals to be freed from magical bindings in extraordinary circumstances continue to evolve. The Department of Magical Contracts regularly reviews and updates regulations governing different types of binding agreements, attempting to balance traditional magical practices with modern ethical standards. For the average witch or wizard, understanding the basic principles of magical contracts provides important protection against potential exploitation. Magical education at institutions like Hogwarts typically includes at least rudimentary instruction in recognizing binding magic and understanding one's rights when entering magical agreements. The spell Revelio Obligatus, taught to sixth-year students, allows the caster to determine whether a document contains binding enchantments before signing, while Specialist Revelio can identify specific consequences encoded within an existing contract. As our exploration of magical contracts draws to a close, consider the delicate balance between freedom and obligation that these bindings represent. In a world where promises can be enforced by magic itself, what value might still exist in keeping one's word simply because it was given? If consequences ensure compliance, does the moral weight of choice diminish or transform? Perhaps in these questions lies the deeper magic of agreements, not in the binding spells themselves, but in the human choice to honor commitments when the option to break them despite consequences always remains. Chapter 11. The Lake Giant Squid. The fire has dimmed to mere glowing embers now, casting a gentle crimson light across our surroundings as we turn our thoughts to the mysterious depths of the Black Lake that stretches alongside Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Beneath its dark, rippling surface dwells one of the wizarding world's most enigmatic creatures, the giant squid, whose massive tentacles occasionally breach the water's surface to bask in the Scottish sunshine or to playfully interact with generations of Hogwarts students. Tonight, we shall explore the origins, nature, and significance of this remarkable magical creature that has become both guardian and gentle mascot to the school. The giant squid of Hogwarts bears little resemblance to its mundane Muggle counterparts. despite sharing a similar physiological structure. While Muggle marine biologists recognize the existence of large squid species like the colossal and giant squid, the Black Lake's resident cephalopod belongs to an entirely magical subspecies, Architeuthis magicus, distinguished by its extraordinary intelligence, remarkable longevity, and natural magical properties that allow it to thrive in the freshwater environment of the Scottish Highlands. The precise origins of the Hogwarts giant squid remain somewhat mysterious, with several competing historical accounts claiming to describe its first appearance in the lake. The most widely accepted narrative, recorded in Hogwarts, A History, suggests that the squid was deliberately introduced to the lake by Godric Gryffindor himself shortly after the school's founding. According to this account, Gryffindor acquired the then juvenile squid during travels in the Mediterranean, recognizing its magical nature and potential as both a protective presence for the school and a fascinating subject for magical creature studies. Other historical sources, however, present alternative perspectives. The naturalist wizard, Newt Scamander, in his private research notes, theorized that the giant squid might have arrived through natural magical means, perhaps through an ancient underwater connection between the Black Lake and the sea that has since closed, or through magical transportation during a period when the boundaries between magical environments were more permeable. Some magical marine biologists support this hypothesis, pointing to certain anatomical features of the squid that suggest adaptation over many centuries to its freshwater home. A third, more whimsical tradition claims that the squid was originally a much smaller ordinary cephalopod that was repeatedly enlarged through engorgement charms by successive generations of Transfiguration professors, demonstrating the spell for their classes. While most magical historians dismiss this explanation as folklore, it remains a popular story among Hogwarts students and has inspired numerous humorous illustrations in student publications over the years. Regardless of its origins, the giant squid has displayed remarkable adaptation to its unique environment. The Black Lake's depth, reaching over 100 feet in its central region, provides sufficient space for the creature, whose full size remains difficult to determine precisely. Estimates based on observed tentacle length and rare full-body sightings suggest a total length exceeding 70 feet from tentacle tip to mantle end, making it substantially larger than non-magical squid species. The squid's physiology shows fascinating magical adaptations. Unlike its saltwater relatives, the Hogwarts squid has developed specialized dermal cells that absorb and process magical energy from its surroundings, supplementing the oxygen and nutrients it obtains through normal biological processes. This adaptation allows it to thrive in an environment that would be unsuitable for non-magical cephalopods and contributes to its extraordinary lifespan, estimated to extend for several centuries. Perhaps most remarkable is the squid's intelligence, which far exceeds that of ordinary cephalopods, themselves considered among the most intelligent non-magical invertebrates. Care of magical creatures professors who have studied the creature report clear evidence of long-term memory, problem-solving abilities, and what appears to be a form of curiosity about the human inhabitants of the castle. The squid has been observed retrieving objects dropped into the lake and returning them to their owners, distinguishing between different individuals, and even responding to simple training attempts by particularly dedicated professors. The relationship between the giant squid and the Hogwarts student body has evolved into a unique tradition over the centuries. First-year students often catch their initial glimpse of the creature during their boat journey across the lake before the sorting ceremony. A tentative wave of an enormous tentacle, or the momentary appearance of a massive eye near the surface, serving as their introduction to the magical wonders that await them at the school. This first sighting has become something of an omen among students, with various superstitions suggesting that those directly acknowledged by the squid will experience particularly successful academic careers. During warmer months, the giant squid can frequently be observed in the shallower areas of the lake, particularly on weekend afternoons when students gather on the shores. It appears to enjoy interacting with students, occasionally splashing water toward groups on the shore, or allowing the more adventurous to tickle its tentacles when they extend toward the shallows. These interactions, while seemingly playful, highlight the unusual temperament of the magical squid species, a gentleness and sociability entirely absent in its non-magical relatives. This benevolent behavior extends beyond mere playfulness. On at least 3 documented occasions over the past century, the giant squid has rescued students who have fallen or been pushed into the deeper parts of the lake. Most notably, in 1976, a first-year student who fell from his boat during the traditional lake crossing was carefully lifted back to the surface and placed gently into an empty boat by a massive tentacle that emerged from the depths. Similar rescue incidents occurred in 1932 and again in 1999, cementing the squid's reputation as an unofficial guardian of the Hogwarts waters. The giant squid's protective nature appears to extend to the lake's ecosystem as well. Zoologists have observed that it primarily feeds on invasive species that might threaten the lake's magical balance, while generally avoiding the indigenous magical creatures that share its aquatic home. This selective predation helps maintain the delicate equilibrium of the Black Lake's unique ecosystem, which includes merpeople, grindylows, and various magical fish species, all coexisting in a complex magical habitat. The squid's relationship with the merpeople community that inhabits the deeper regions of the lake is particularly interesting. While not precisely friendly, these two intelligent species have established a mutual understanding and territorial respect. The merpeople's village occupies the central depths of the lake, while the giant squid typically claims a large underwater cave system near the northern shore as its primary dwelling. Merpeople songs occasionally reference the many-armed guardian in terms suggesting respectful coexistence rather than fear or animosity. Beyond its role as guardian and mascot, the giant squid has contributed significantly to magical research. The creature's ink possesses unique magical properties, with documented applications in certain advanced potions and magical art materials. Rather than harvesting this resource invasively, Hogwarts potions masters have developed a humane collection system, providing the squid with special underwater writing tablets that interest its inquisitive nature, then gathering the naturally released ink that results from its artistic expressions. These ink samples are highly valued for their use in protective potions and magical document security measures. The giant squid's magical nature manifests in other fascinating ways. During particularly powerful magical events at the castle, such as the Triwizard Tournament or significant magical battles, observers have noted that the squid becomes more active, with its tentacles displaying faint bioluminescent patterns that reflect the magical energies being released nearby. Some magical theorists suggest that the creature serves as a kind of living barometer for magical activity, possibly even drawing strength from the concentrated magic that permeates Hogwarts and its grounds. Throughout Hogwarts history, various headmasters and headmistresses have taken differing approaches to the lake's famous resident. Some, like Elizabeth Burke, headmistress from 1742 to 1771, actively encouraged interaction between students and the squid, even establishing an annual swimming competition where participants would be playfully assisted across the lake by the creature's tentacles. Others, including the notoriously cautious Phineas Nigellus Black, attempted to restrict student access to the lake entirely, claiming the unpredictability of any magical creature made such interactions unnecessarily risky. Modern Hogwarts administration has settled on a balanced approach, neither prohibiting nor explicitly encouraging direct interaction with the giant squid. Care of magical creatures professors typically include observational studies of the squid in their curriculum, while emphasizing the importance of respecting its space and natural behaviors. This educational focus has fostered generations of students with appreciation for this unique magical creature and the complex ecosystem it helps maintain. The artistic and cultural impact of the giant squid extends throughout wizarding society. It has featured in countless student sketches, poems, and stories over the centuries. The squid appears as a recurring motif in Hogwarts architecture, particularly in decorative stonework added during renovation periods in the 16th and 19th centuries. Stylized tentacles appear as border designs in many Hogwarts diplomas, and the creature has inspired at least 3 school songs, including the popular 8 Arms to Hold You, composed by a musically inclined Ravenclaw prefect in 1895. Perhaps the most significant cultural impact of the Hogwarts giant squid lies in how it has shaped generations of young witches and wizards' understanding of magical creatures. For many students, particularly those from non-magical backgrounds, the squid represents their first encounter with a magical creature that defies Muggle scientific categorization. This initial exposure often cultivates a lifelong appreciation for the diversity and wonder of magical zoology, inspiring many to pursue careers in creature conservation, magi-zoology, or related fields. As our exploration of the giant squid draws to a close, imagine standing at the edge of the Black Lake on a warm spring afternoon. The surface of the water ripples gently, then breaks as an enormous tentacle rises gracefully into the air, water cascading from its surface as it seems to wave lazily before slipping back beneath the dark water. In this moment of connection between the human and the magical, between the terrestrial world of the castle and the mysterious depths below, what thoughts might pass through your mind? What might we learn about coexistence and mutual respect from this centuries-old relationship between generations of young wizards and the gentle giant that dwells in the depths below their school? Chapter 12. The Enchantment of Self-Writing Quills. The night has grown late, our stories drawing to their close as the final embers pulse with fading warmth. Before we part, let us explore one final magical wonder from the wizarding world, a subtle yet remarkable enchantment that transforms the very act of writing itself. Self-writing quills represent the perfect intersection of practical magic and everyday convenience, a family of enchanted objects that range from the merely useful to the controversially autonomous. As we've already explored the specific variant known as the Quick Quotes Quill, tonight we shall delve deeper into the broader category of self-writing implements, their creation, varieties, and the fascinating magical theory that allows them to function. The development of self-writing quills has paralleled the evolution of wizarding record-keeping and communication over centuries. Long before the Quick Quotes Quill added its own creative embellishments to journalism, simpler versions were being developed to address the practical needs of a society where information recording and transmission remained primarily handwritten well into the modern era. Unlike the wizarding world's Muggle counterparts, who transitioned through technological innovations from quill to fountain pen to typewriter, magical society maintained its traditional writing implements, but enhanced them through increasingly sophisticated enchantments. The earliest documented self-writing implement was created in 1312 by the wizard scribe Bartholomew Inkwell, who served in the personal secretariat of the medieval Wizards' Council, predecessor to the modern Ministry of Magic. Frustrated by the physical strain of transcribing lengthy council meetings, Inkwell developed what he called the Mania's Continuous Charm, a spell that allowed a quill to continue writing after being set in motion, maintaining the exact handwriting style and tempo of its user. This initial innovation, while groundbreaking, had significant limitations. The quill required frequent redipping in ink, could only reproduce exact text that had been previously written by the caster, and would cease functioning if moved more than 3 feet from the witch or wizard who had enchanted it. Over the following centuries, refinements to Inkwell's original charm created increasingly sophisticated self-writing implements. The addition of a modified hover charm allowed quills to move independently between parchment and inkwell. The development of the dictation spell in the mid-16th century enabled quills to transcribe spoken words directly, eliminating the need for previous written samples. By the late 17th century, specialized quills had been developed for specific professional applications, medical quills that could accurately record potion dosages and patient symptoms, legal quills that automatically formatted text according to Wizengamot regulations, and accounting quills that could perform basic mathematical calculations while recording financial transactions. The magical theory underlying self-writing quills involves several distinct branches of spellwork operating in careful harmony. At their foundation lies animation magic, similar to but distinct from the enchantments used for more complex animated objects like the suits of armor at Hogwarts. While armor animation requires spells that can handle three-dimensional movement through space and basic decision-making capabilities, Quill animation focuses on extremely precise two-dimensional movement across parchment, with emphasis on consistency and fine motor control. This foundation is typically layered with some variation of the recognition spell, which allows the quill to identify and interpret different inputs, whether previous handwriting samples, spoken words, or in more advanced models, the thoughts and intentions of the user. The specific type of recognition spell determines the quill's primary function and capabilities. A basic dictation quill uses a straightforward recognition spell focused solely on spoken language, while more sophisticated variants like memory quills or thought transcription quills employ complex recognition spells that can interact with cognitive processes directly. The physical creation of a self-writing quill begins with the careful selection of appropriate materials. While ordinary quills can be enchanted for basic self-writing functions, premium models require specific feathers based on their intended purpose. Dictation quills traditionally use eagle feathers, valued for their durability and precision. Memory quills, which record and store written content for later reproduction, are commonly crafted from raven feathers, which magical theory associates with recall and retention. The controversial thought transcription quills, capable of recording the user's unexpressed thoughts, require the exceedingly rare feathers of the augury Irish phoenix, whose mournful cry was once believed to foretell death, but is now understood to predict rain. The preparation process for these feathers involves both physical and magical treatments. After traditional curing to remove oils and strengthen the shaft, the feather undergoes a series of magical baths and potions whose ingredients correspond to the quill's intended function. A basic self-writing quill might be soaked in a solution of armadillo bile for flexibility, salamander blood for continuous movement, and powdered moonstone for connection to human intent. More specialized quills require increasingly rare and powerful ingredients. A thought transcription quill, for instance, traditionally includes essence of jobberknoll, a bird whose feathers are used in memory potions, and carefully prepared alchemy eggshell powder. The enchantment process itself requires considerable magical skill, typically performed by specialized wand makers or magical artificers with particular expertise in animation charms. The core enchantment must be applied in layers, with each spell allowed to settle and integrate before the next is added. This process typically takes place over 3 consecutive nights, with specific incantations performed at moonrise to align the quill's magic with natural cycles that govern movement and transition. Throughout the enchantment process, the artificer must maintain clear visualization of the quill's intended function, as their own magical intent shapes the object's ultimate capabilities. The range of self-writing quills available in the modern wizarding world is remarkably diverse, with specialized variations for nearly every conceivable writing need. Beyond the basic categories already mentioned, particularized quills have developed for niche applications across magical society. Students at Hogwarts and other magical schools might be familiar with anti-cheating quills, enchanted to prevent copying from unauthorized sources during examinations, or spelling correction quills, which vibrate slightly when detecting a misspelled word, though unable to correct the error automatically. In professional settings, contract quills ensure that legal documents are formatted correctly and include all necessary clauses, while correspondence quills can be programmed with standard phrases and formalities for business letters. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement employs specially secured testimony quills that create magically verified transcripts of witness statements, the enchantment making it immediately apparent if the speaker attempts to lie or mislead. For personal use, memory quills have become particularly popular among elderly witches and wizards concerned about cognitive decline, as these implements can be taught their owner's handwriting and common expressions, then used to record important information for later reference. When activated by a specific phrase, these quills will reproduce their stored content exactly, providing a magical memory aid that maintains the dignity of personal handwriting rather than requiring assistance from others. The proper maintenance of self-writing quills requires attention to both their physical condition and magical properties. Physical maintenance follows standard procedures for magical writing implements: regular cleaning with mild enchanted solvents, periodic trimming of the nib to maintain optimal ink flow, and storage in specialized cases that protect the feather from damage or contamination. The magical maintenance, however, varies significantly depending on the specific enchantments involved. Basic self-writing and dictation quills benefit from occasional recalibration, a simple process where the owner uses the quill manually for several minutes to reinforce the connection between their writing style and the quill's animation charm. More complex quills like memory quills require periodic exercising of their magical capabilities to prevent the enchantments from becoming dormant. The most sophisticated models, particularly those with multiple functions or semi-autonomous capabilities, may need professional maintenance by a magical artificer every few years to ensure that their layered enchantments remain properly integrated. The ethical considerations surrounding self-writing quills have evolved alongside their capabilities. While basic models raise few concerns, the development of quills that can record thoughts or emotions has prompted ongoing debate in wizarding legal and philosophical circles. The Wizarding established the first regulations governing such implements in 1899, following a controversial inheritance case where a contested will had been produced using a primitive thought transcription quill. Modern regulations categorize self-writing quills based on their capabilities, with the most autonomous varieties requiring registration with the Department of Magical Equipment Control. Particular controversy surrounds the use of specialized self-writing quills in educational settings. While anti-cheating quills are standard equipment for wizarding examinations, some magical educators have raised concerns about the increasing use of spelling correction quills and grammar guiding quills by students. These teaching professionals argue that such magical aids may prevent young witches and wizards from developing fundamental writing skills, creating dependency on enchanted tools rather than building personal mastery. Others counter that such implements simply allow students to focus on content rather than mechanics, particularly benefiting those with specific learning differences. The cultural significance of self-writing quills extends beyond their practical applications. In traditional wizarding families, the gift of a personalized self-writing quill often marks important life transitions: the start of formal magical education, graduation from Hogwarts, or entry into a professional career. Particularly fine examples become family heirlooms, passed through generations and carrying the enchanted memories of previous users in their magic. Some ancient family quills have developed unique characteristics over centuries of use, their enchantments subtly evolving to reflect the personalities and writing styles of successive owners. Historical examples of significant self-writing quills include the official Wizengamot recording quill, which has documented every trial and legislative session since 1746. This remarkable implement has developed an enchantment so sophisticated that it can distinguish between official proceedings and informal comments, recording only what is intended to be part of the permanent record. Similarly, the Hogwarts Book of Admittance, which records the name of every magical child at birth, pairs with the Quill of Acceptance, which independently assesses each child's magical potential and inscribes only those names meeting Hogwarts standards for admission. Perhaps the most extraordinary development in self-writing quill technology has been the recent appearance of communication quills, paired implements that allow written messages to appear simultaneously on two different parchments regardless of distance. These sophisticated magical tools combine traditional quill enchantments with elements of the Protean charm, creating a form of instantaneous written communication particularly valued by family members separated by significant distances. While expensive and still prone to occasional magical interference, these quills represent the continuing evolution of an enchantment tradition that spans centuries of wizarding innovation. As modern magical society continues to evolve, self-writing quills maintain their relevance despite alternatives like enchanted typewriters or communication mirrors. There remains something quintessentially wizardly about the elegant movement of a feather across parchment, recording thoughts, preserving knowledge, and connecting individuals through the written word enhanced by thoughtful magic. From the simple charm that allows a quill to complete a signature to the complex enchantments that enable autonomous documentation of important events, these magical implements embody the wizarding community's enduring approach to magical innovation, not replacing tradition, but enhancing it through layers of careful, purposeful spellcraft. As our fireside tales conclude, and you drift towards sleep, consider the humble enchanted quill that might even now be recording your own story in some distant magical ledger. What words might it write about your dreams, your fears, your moments of courage or connection? For in the space between thought and expression, between intention and recording, perhaps exists a magic more profound than any enchantment, the simple, enduring human desire to leave our mark, to communicate across time and distance, to ensure that our stories, like the gentle scratch of quill on parchment, continue long after we have set down our own writing implements and turned toward dreams.